Sorry?
Microphone's going to play up. You can point towards those.
What microphone?
When the defendant attorneys see how it's pointing up.
And you want to what?
Just point it towards the person. So when I don't pick it up so I can hear it.
Oh,
If there's just,
you couldn't hear it? It does pick it up.
when it's up like that, it's harder.
Okay. I mean, I can't control if they're trying to move it because that's what they do. They move it out of the way.
Mr. Mesferer, good afternoon. And Ms. Berry is the Commonwealth moving for Raymond and Mr. Ramirez Araujo's case.
Yes, one quick second.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Bynes, good afternoon. So I'm going to back up for a second. Ms. Berry and Mr. Mesferer. Ms. Berry is Commonwealth moving for Raymond.
Counsel, you waiting for formal reading declaring the plea of not guilty on behalf of your client. Plea of not guilty. Defendant has been arraigned.
Thank you. And Ms. Berry, I see that you have filed a motion for pretrial detention pursuant to Chapter 276, Section 58A. It looks like you are requesting a continuance for purposes of that hearing.
That's correct.
And could I ask the reason that the reasons why you're asking for a continuance?
Yes, Your Honor, the good cause being that understanding the defendant has no court of probation record, at least that I can see. The Commonwealth argues the good cause is obtaining the Massachusetts State Police body-worn camera and cruiser-mounted camera, which will sufficiently establish visually how much fentanyl was recovered from the defendant's vehicle. Because this wasn't
Good morning, everybody. I'm here with Nick Daniels from NACA. That's the union that the air traffic controllers belong to, as well as Frank McIntosh from the FAA, the ATO organization that manages this portion of the FAA that deals with air traffic controllers. So listen, I had a chance to go speak to some of the controllers here at Newark. We had some donuts, brought some coffee, brought them some pizza, but I wanted to talk to them about what impact this shutdown has on their lives, on their ability to do their jobs. And so these air traffic controllers, they're critical. So they're required to show up for work. And when they come to work, I want them to think about the departures and arrivals of airplanes. I want to make sure they keep Americans safe and airplanes safe. But what the consistent message was from these controllers was they're not just now thinking about the airspace and the jobs they have to do in these towers or TRACONs or centers across the country. They're thinking about, am I going to get a paycheck? And their paychecks should come a week from tomorrow. And so now what they think about as they're controlling our airspace is, how am I going to pay my mortgage? How do I make my car payment? I have a couple kids at home. How do I put food on the table? I'm working 6 days a week. Do I have to take a second job and drive Uber when I'm already exhausted from doing a job that's already stressful to think about how I can make extra money because the government may not provide me a paycheck? So in a job that's already stressful, this shutdown has put way more stress on our controllers at a time when they're already working on equipment from the 1960s, 1980s, 1990s. We ask them to do their jobs on equipment that has not been state-of-the-art. We ask them to do their jobs on old equipment and keep our airports operational at a time when they don't have the best equipment at their disposal. And so I wanted to hear them out. I wanted to hear their concerns and make sure that that those who shut the government down, I want to make sure that Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries know that this is not consequence-free. There are issues that arise throughout America that impact our everyday lives, that can impact our safety when you shut the government down. And again, up in the tower, these are great American patriots. They're American citizens who are serving the American people. And I think it begs the question, why? Why would Chuck Schumer want to shut the government down and focus on people who are not American citizens and their health care, and issues that are going to evolve over the next weeks and months that he wants to shut the government down today? And again, I want to be clear. Do I think they're more stressed right now in our towers? Yes. Is our airspace unsafe? No. Right? If we think there's issues in the airspace, we will shut it down. We will close it down. We will delay. But again, it's creating a ripple effect for our controllers. Not only that, many of you know what Essential Air Service is. So Essential Air Service provides airline services to communities that normally would not get it. Right? So we give some subsidies to the federal government that in smaller communities to give them service from the airlines. That money runs out this Sunday. So there's many small communities across the country that will now no longer have the resources to make sure they have air service in their community. The number one user of this airspace is Alaska. Again, you don't have roads in Alaska. They travel by air, and a lot of these are small communities. Alaska will be impacted, but every state across the country will be impacted by the inability to provide the subsidies to airlines to service these communities. Long-standing program, bipartisan support in the House and the Senate. It's an important program, but we don't have the money for that moving forward. One last point. Many of you have heard me talk about surging air traffic controllers, making sure we get more controllers through our academy in Oklahoma City. And then when they get out of the academy, they have to be trained up. And we have a lot of training facilities across the country, but the support staff that train those controllers when they're through the academy are at risk of being laid off. And so what this can do is we're trying to bring more air traffic controllers into the system so we have less delays, less cancellations. it's more challenging to get those students through the academy, but then also trained up in facilities like right here in Newark. So these can have longer lasting impacts at a time when we're trying to supercharge. This shutdown makes it more challenging for us to actually do our jobs. And again, this doesn't just end after the Democrats decide to open up the government. It has a longer lasting impact on our ability to make up the ground in the shortages that we have right now with air traffic controllers. So this is having great impact, great concern, great stress on our system at a time when we're trying to reduce the stress. We're trying to improve the efficiencies. We're trying to increase controllers. We're trying to modernize our airspace. All things that the American people care about. And this shutdown, again, that Chuck Schumer wants to have because he wants to fund illegals' health care, makes no sense to me. I think he cares more about, and should care more about, what happens right here in the New York airspace and across the country as we want to make sure we have air travel safe and controllers focused not on their mortgages, not on the next paycheck, not on food on the table, but actually on making sure you and your family are safe. And so with that, again, I'm delighted to have the president of the Air Traffic Controllers Union, NATCA, Nick Daniels, here with me. He's going to say a few words, then we'll go to Frank McIntosh from the FAA to say a few words, and then we're happy to take any questions from all of you. Nick?
Air Traffic Controllers Association. I want to start with saying that I'm going to leave the political discussions for the politicians during this shutdown. Today, I'm proud to speak on the behalf of the dedicated American worker who operates the national airspace system and ensures the safety of over 3 million passengers and tons of cargo each and every day. I'm here to advocate for the end to the shutdown. We need to bring this shutdown to a close so that the Federal Aviation Administration and the committed aviation safety professionals can put this distraction behind us and completely focus on their vital work. This work does include fulfilling Secretary Duffy's goals of accelerating the hiring of air traffic control, as he just spoke about, and modernizing our air traffic control system. Both initiatives are long overdue and require our immediate and our full attention. We do not have the luxury of time. We do not have time to waste on the unnecessary distractions created by this shutdown. So our message is clear: end the shutdown. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Frank McIntosh. I am the Air Traffic Organization Chief Operating Officer, and it is a privilege to be here. First and foremost, I'd like to thank Secretary Duffy and Nick Daniels for being here today. Once again, we went and saw an air traffic control facility staffed by men and women, air traffic controllers and technicians. Professionalism to safety is beyond reproach. And you see that amidst a very difficult time, a time of confusion where they show up, come to work, and keep people safe. What's on the line for us right now? We have a lot of momentum, thanks to Congress and $12.5 billion of a down payment of a modernization of an air traffic control system. We have a surge of air traffic controllers, per Secretary Duffy's plan, to get us healthy. I want to speak about Newark specifically. 24 controllers out of the 37 allocated, 9 in training. They are finally on the right path to get healthy, to provide critical services to this airport. I need those 9 individuals that are in training to just concentrate on becoming controllers and not add any other ambiguity to what they do day in and day out. You take that to 313 other air traffic controller facilities that are facing the same dilemma. Our controllers need the best. We're on the way of delivering that, but we also need to make sure that we come together and ensure that we remove that ambiguity and make sure that a government shutdown is not prolonged and we do not lose the momentum that we finally gained over the last 9 months, 10 months. We need to ensure that everybody understands what our controllers need and what they deserve. Our technicians are in the same boat. We're in the process of modernizing a very complicated air traffic control system. Any disruptions put us further and further behind. Is the air traffic control system safe? Yes. Secretary Duffy nailed it. It is very, very safe. But we have to be on the forefront of making sure that our air traffic controllers and technicians have the very best. When they have the very best, you have the very best. Let's please collectively get behind this, and let's make sure that this government shutdown is over in a hurry. Thank you very much. I'll go back to Secretary Duffy. Thank you.
Again, we hope there's a time and a place for discussions with politicians. And again, this is a continuing resolution that maintains funding at its current levels. There's time to have disagreement, but there's real impact on the great work that we're trying to do. And by the way, this is bipartisan work. America cares about the work that we're trying to accomplish here. It's not, blue or red. It's American, and this is truly having an impact on our ability to accomplish those goals. With that, if you guys have any questions for any of the three of us, we're happy to take them. Yes. So we're tracking sick calls, sick leave, and have we had a slight tick up in sick calls? Yes. And then you'll see delays that come from that, right? Because again, our priority, I want to see your flight not be delayed. I don't want you canceled, but our priority is your safety. And so if we have additional sick calls, we will reduce the flow consistent with a rate that's safe for the American people. So we've had a slight tick ups, and there have been in certain areas, and we are managing that following that. Yeah. So you're talking about the Second Avenue subway and the Gateway project. Just let's be clear, these are the two biggest projects in the Western Hemisphere. They're massive projects. Several months ago, I sent out a letter telling everyone who receives federal money to follow the law. And again, this is in regard to disadvantaged businesses. So there has been a tendency with some of these projects to look at race and sex as a disadvantaged business as opposed to the size of the company as a disadvantaged business. This is unconstitutional. It's contrary to law. And so we had sent out notice, again, months ago. We let them know that this was going to go under review. When the shutdown happened, our Civil Rights Division, most of it was furloughed. So the review process is going to take longer than what we would anticipate. So that's the process in which we're working through. And again, this is not shocking to anybody. We've expressed our concerns months ago, and now it was brought to fruition before the shutdown. And again, I don't want to see these. The president in his budget fully funded these projects. We're not trying to shut down these projects. To the contrary, we're trying to make sure these projects move forward and move forward fast. They're important. But the question is, why would Chuck Schumer, who says he cares about the projects, shut down the government so we don't have the staff to review the contracting authority used on these projects? And is it done constitutionally? Yes. So how long can the system run safely? So for essential air service, that is going to be impacted as of Sunday. It was going to be Thursday. We found some more money to put into it. We're trying to do the best we can to keep this process with minimal impact. The controllers have to show up for work, right? They have to come to work. They're part of our critical infrastructure. The problem is they're going to show up for work and they're not going to get paychecks. And like everybody here, these are working men and women who rely on their paychecks, and they set up their payments consistent with when their paychecks are going to come in. And they're going to do the work. They're not going to get the check. And again, they have bills they have to pay. So now they're thinking about that at the same time that they're controlling the airspace, which I don't like that. That is not, we want them to leave their personal problems at the door when they go into a tower or into a facility. And again, they've expressed those concerns to me. They're going to be there. They're going to continue to work. But they might actually have to take, someone was saying, I might have to pick up Uber. I work 6 days a week, in the tower, and I might have to pick up some Uber jobs. So then they come in to work tired, exhausted, because they're trying to make that extra money to make ends meet, all the while working 6 days a week to keep you safe in the airspace. Yes? So absenteeism as a concern, again, we've had a few airports and we're tracking it. We don't have one facility that has had long-term issues with the sick leave, but that is concerning to me. And if someone has to take sick leave to drive Uber to make the difference, those are decisions they're going to make themselves. But of course, that's concerning for us. These are high-skilled, high-performing, safety-driven professionals. That I don't want them driving Uber. I don't want them finding a second job to pay the bills. I want them to get paid for the work they're doing today, keeping our planes in the air and our skies safe. Yes. What I'm saying is it's up for review, right? And so there's been issues in New York not using it appropriately. Again, looking at the race and the sex of the business as opposed to the size of the business, which is what the law was intended for. And so we're going to do a review because of what's happened in the past in New York. And again, we've been quite clear with New York and with others that that's the review that we're going to undertake. And so it's happening right now. And again, it's going to take us a longer time because we don't have the staff that's been furloughed because of the shutdown to get through that review process. Yes? So that's a great question. The question is, Republicans control the House, Republicans control the Senate, Republicans have the White House. I know you know better than you know my answer is. You know the answer to this. In the House, Republicans passed a bill to fund the government, continue the funding levels, the funding streams that were in existence at the end of September. The problem you have in the Senate is that you have a filibuster rule. It's a 60-vote threshold. So Republicans by themselves cannot pass what the House passed. They actually need Democrats to vote with them to fund the government. And if Democrats say no, again, there's over 50% of senators in the Senate who have voted to fund the government. And by the way, it's been bipartisan. Several Democrats have voted to open up the government and to continue the conversations and negotiations. But when a majority of Democrats in the Senate say no, you can't get to that 60-vote threshold. So when I tell you that Democrats have shut down the government, it's Democrats who have withheld votes to prevent us in the Senate from getting to 60 votes, and therefore the government shuts down. So it's a 60-vote threshold, not a 50-vote threshold in the Senate. And again, if Leader Schumer wants to do a one-off and say, for this vote, you don't need Democrats, we'll just go with a simple majority, that's great. It'll open back up. But he's using his leverage point of the filibuster rule to make sure the government stays shut down, because you can't get to 60 votes without Democrats. That's the problem. I haven't seen the polling to which you refer, but I look at this and go, Republicans, again, have tried to just continue funding at current levels. Republicans have tried that. Democrats have tried to say there's other things that we want in this bill. And again, it does beg the question, why are we so concerned about illegals' health care? Why is that an issue? Again, we should care about Americans. We should care about American citizens, Americans' air travel. That's who we were elected to represent. And so I think the Democrats are misguided in what their priorities are. And they should focus on the American people as opposed to those who've come to the country illegally. Yes. So to take your first question, so in modernization, what we've done is tried to pull as much money forward as possible in all kinds of areas. I'm not trying to maximize pain. I'm trying to minimize pain. I'm trying to pull money forward and use money to make sure that we do all we can to function as well as possible. So we are continuing with the modernization effort. We're selecting an integrator, a project manager that's going to help us with this. I don't want it, no offense, Frank, but I don't want the FAA to manage this project by themselves. They're not project managers. So we're hopeful that that selection is going to be made by the end of this month. And that work is continuing right now as we go through that selection process. I would just note that we do have $12.5 billion out of $31.5 billion. A key component of that money that I don't have is the money to build the new software. Again, I'm using like a Windows 95 or a Windows XP, if you guys are old enough to know what those systems are like. That's the genre of programming that we're using. I want a brand new system, a brand new software system to manage our skies. I need the Congress to give us that, the rest of the money. I need those resources. And by the way, the new software, it's going to take us a while to have it developed, and then it has to be debugged, and then it has to be deployed. So this is the longest time frame of the issues that I have to deal with, which is why the longer I wait, the longer it takes. And so I do hope, and by the way, this is bipartisan. We're talking about partisan shutdowns right now. Democrats and Republicans agree with this, and I'm hopeful that they will move quickly as we come in after the shutdown, whether at the end of this year or the start of next year, to get us those resources. In regard to compromise, what Republicans have said is keep the current levels. Let's not change it. It's truly a continuing resolution. Just keep the government open and funded, and we have time to continue the conversations. But to be held hostage for health care for illegals, I don't think makes sense. Again, I don't think that's a compromise that Republicans are willing to make. President Trump has talked about America First. And America First means let's work on housing and health care and food and air traffic and air travel for American citizens. But to stand up and say we're going to fund something for those who are not here lawfully, I think is a problem for Republicans and the president. Yes? So we've had layoffs across the Department of Transportation, which FAA is part of. But in regard to critical staffing positions, like air traffic controllers, they have not been laid off, right? But the Civil Rights Division that reviews issues with the big projects in New York, they have been laid off. So again, if it's critical infrastructure, critical jobs that maintain safety, whether it's on our roads, our rail, our bridges, our airports, those folks come to work. But they come to work without a guarantee that they're going to get paid, which is why they're so concerned as they're in these towers, controlling this airspace, thinking about what's going to happen in their own homes. Again, they're not wealthy. They don't have 3 or 4 or 5 months of cash sitting in their bank accounts. Like many of us, they go from one paycheck to the next, and they rely on that to pay the bills. And as of right now, that paycheck's not going to come, and that concerns them. Yes? So just to be clear, I don't have TSA under my control, so all the complaints on TSA don't come to me. But in regard to controllers, yeah, there's controllers that have called out sick, so we're tracking it, and I don't have a continual problem in one area, right? There's been, one facility one day, another facility another day. Some areas there's been a 50% reduction in some of the staffing, and again, we're tracking it, and we take the appropriate action necessary to make sure our skies are safe. And again, we have great managers that are here. If we see there's issues in the tower that are affecting controllers' ability to effectively control the airspace, we'll reduce the rate, and you'll see more delays, or you might see a cancellation. I'm willing to do that before we're willing to risk anyone's life in the air. By the way, we're here in Newark. Just to at the end of April, early May, we had 2 outages that were very concerning. You saw the rate get reduced dramatically. We worked with Verizon and our other partners, and we put in redundant fiber lines as opposed to the old copper, and that has been functioning very well. The last stats I have for several months, Newark was the most on-time airport in the whole system. So things are going better here, and we're moving at a way different speed than what they moved in past administrations. Again, trying to address the problems as quickly as possible. We saw an outage at DFW a couple weeks ago. We had redundant lines in DFW, but they had a single point of failure in that system, which means you don't have redundancy. And that single point of failure failed, and you saw some mass outages that rippled through the system. Again, those are the issues that we're looking at, which is why part of the $12.5 billion is to rebuild the telecom infrastructure and make sure you don't have another Newark, you don't have another DFW. You take care of it, you do it right, you do it fast, and you make it worthy of 2025, not worthy of 1998. One more question. So again, shutdowns have an impact. They do have an impact. I think what's different here is, why are we shutting the government down? Right? Are Republicans trying to put more things in the continuing resolution? No. They're trying to extend the funding of the government so negotiations can happen. Don't change a thing. Just continue the current funding levels, which, by the way, a lot of conservatives don't like. Right? They might want to make changes themselves, but they said no. Just continue current funding. It's the Democrats who are trying to put in who came here illegally and to fund their health care. And again, so much, you talk to younger people and talk about housing, affordability, health care, their ability to get a good job. The competition for housing, for health care, for jobs that happen when you bring illegals into the country is real for many Americans. And so, again, in this administration, we're going to put the American people first, the American people's priorities first, ahead of those who've come into the country unlawfully. And that's what President Trump and Republicans in the House and the Senate have said they're going to do. And it begs the question, why would Chuck Schumer want to change the funding stream for illegals and to get that be willing to shut down our government? It doesn't make any sense. Again, illegals don't vote for Chuck Schumer. They don't. But citizens of New York do, and there's real impacts in New York and in New Jersey where we're at right now. And so I don't know what the strategy is. Again, continue the current levels of funding. Have a conversation. But don't try to take the American people hostage with a shutdown and make sure that controllers don't have their paychecks, because that makes you feel better because you're fighting for illegals. Well, no. These controllers say, well, fight for us. Fight for my paycheck. I work hard for you, Chuck. Maybe you should work hard for me. And again, take weeks, take a couple months, and have the conversation with Republicans, but don't hold Americans hostage because you want to fund illegals' health care. That makes no sense. Again, by the way, no offense, Nick, but controllers a pretty wide array of political opinions. Again, probably lean a little more Democrat than Republican, but they want to be paid. They want to be paid for their work. Just like all you want to be paid for your work. They too want to get paid for their work. They don't have to think about where that paycheck's going to come from. But Chuck Schumer said, I want you to think about whether you can pay your mortgage or pay your car payment or put food on your kid's table, because I care more about illegals than I do about you. I think that's unacceptable. And again, I think it's my job to let you know what issues we're having because of the shutdown, what impact it could have on you, on your travel, on your projects. It's not cost-free. This does have an impact on the American people. And I think Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries should recognize that. And again, Republicans have both chambers, but Democrats have the votes that are necessary to open up the government. It's not a 50-vote majority in the Senate. It's a 60-vote majority in the Senate. And Democrats are using their votes to say, we want to keep this government shut down. And by the way, the vote to open up the government in the Senate was bipartisan. Democrats joined Republicans to say, yes, let's open this up. It was all Democrats that said, no, keep it closed. With that, we're going to keep you posted and updated as we deal with the continuing rollout and consequence of the shutdown. Like what happened today with controllers, we'll continue to keep you updated and apprised. But thank you for coming out today. We appreciate it.
costing Americans their jobs, threatening our military readiness, harming our economy, and causing chaos, all to help the illegals who broke into our country. Instead of holding illegal aliens accountable and removing them from our country, which is what this administration is trying to do every day, the Democrats want to give them the free benefits paid for by the American taxpayer. Democrats in 2025 are for illegal aliens first and Americans last. This is the reality we are unfortunately facing right now in Washington, D.C. President Trump and Republicans will not give in to these radical demands. The president and Republicans have a sacred responsibility to serve and protect the interests of their constituents, the American people. That's why we are backing a clean and nonpartisan funding bill with no strings attached to reopen the government. Democrats should do what they did 13 separate times under Joe Biden and vote for this exact same type of funding bill. Now the Senate will vote tonight for the 5th time to reopen the government on the 6th day of this shutdown. All we need are an additional 5 Democrat senators to end this madness and vote for the clean funding bill to reopen the government. If you are an American watching at home right now, call your Democrat senators and tell them to do the right thing and end this shutdown. With that, I will take your questions. Here in our new media seat today, we have Elizabeth Mitchell from the Daily Signal. Elizabeth, thanks for being here, and please kick us off.
Thank you for having me. I have 2 questions. First, President Trump told reporters yesterday that firings of federal employees are taking place right now. In which departments have people already been fired from their federal jobs due to the shutdown?
The president was referring to the hundreds of thousands of federal workers who have been furloughed as a result of this federal government shutdown, both here at the White House and across the entire federal government, at agencies across the board. There are federal workers who are staying home. Many of them work in the White House. You know them. Some of them sit just behind me at those desks. They are unable to show up to work right now because the Democrats chose to shut the government down. And so we're already, unfortunately, seeing the consequence of this. And then, of course, the Office of Management and Budget is continuing to work with agencies on who, unfortunately, is going to have to be laid off if this shutdown continues.
And Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. said the FDA was required by federal law to approve the new abortion pill last week. Is the administration considering steps to undo this in light of requests from pro-life Congress members and organizations?
I think Secretary Kennedy and the Department of Health and Human Services, as I addressed in the briefing last week, were following the law, and we will continue to do so. As I said last week as well, it's not an endorsement of this drug by any means. It's just a law that they were following. Jennifer.
We heard you say that you want people to call their Democratic senators. Is the president calling Democratic senators himself? Can you say what he's doing today to resolve the shutdown?
Yep, I was just in the Oval Office. He was on the phone with Speaker Johnson. He's also spoken with the Senate Majority Leader, who are in touch with, of course, moderate Democrats and Democrats across the board, who we understand hopefully want to do the right thing by their constituents to reopen the government. So the president is being kept very well apprised of the ongoing shutdown on Capitol Hill. And of course, his position is very clear. There's nothing to negotiate, just reopen the government, and then we can talk about all the important issues facing our country.
So he hasn't called specific members of Congress?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And then on the Affordable Care Act, is he willing to give more, to share more on what he'd like to negotiate on the Affordable Care Act later? Is he willing to say specifically what he would like and when?
But look, the president is definitely committed to fixing and improving our healthcare system. You saw it again last week when he had one of the largest pharmaceutical companies in the world coming into the Oval Office and promising to lower drug prices by 200, 300, 100% in many cases for various types of drugs for American patients. That is a huge fix to a broken system that has been ripping off the American people for far too long. So the president's very committed to this. But right now, we need to reopen the federal government, and the president is remaining very firm in that position. Catherine.
If the vote fails in the Senate today to reopen the government, would that trigger layoffs?
Look, again, we hope that the vote will not fail because this administration wants to reopen the government. We don't want to see people laid off. But unfortunately, if this shutdown continues, layoffs are going to be an unfortunate consequence of that.
Is there a timing for when that would happen?
Well, look, we'll see how the vote goes tonight.
And can you confirm, is the White House floating a proposal to cap Obamacare subsidies by denying them to new enrollees?
I have not seen a proposal like that. Emily.
Thanks, Caroline. The president said yesterday he was considering a phase 2 approach to Venezuela. Is the president considering U.S. boots on the ground or any kind of support of overthrowing Maduro?
I won't get into any specific proposals that are being considered by the president and his national security team, but I think we've been pretty transparent and clear in the administration's view of the illegitimate Maduro regime, and the president has taken very unprecedented, tough action to end the illegal trafficking of illicit drugs into our country from Maduro's illegitimate regime.
Caroline.
Danny, go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. The French government has collapsed again for the fourth time in a year. And I was just wondering if there's any concern in the White House about the kind of ongoing political crisis there. Any thought about whether the President Trump's good friend, President Macron, should either call elections or even resign over that?
Well, I can tell you the White House and the National Security Council are very much aware of this situation, but I think it would be imprudent of me to weigh in on French internal politics from the podium, so I will reserve comment on that. Behind you, yes.
What is President Trump's expectations for talks today and I guess this week in Egypt? And is there a new timeline that the president is giving all sides to reach an agreement?
Yes, there are technical talks happening right now in Egypt amongst Special Envoy Witkoff and Mr. Kushner, as well as the respective parties from all sides. What we saw take place on Friday, and I have not commented on that from the podium yet, is truly remarkable. You've seen all sides of this conflict agree that this war needs to end and agree to the 20-point framework that President Trump proposed. It's an incredible achievement, and the administration is working very hard to move the ball forward as quickly as we can. The president wants to see a ceasefire. He wants to see the hostages released, and the technical teams are discussing that as we speak to ensure that the environment is perfect to release those hostages. They're going over the lists of both the Israeli hostages and also the political prisoners who will be released, and those talks are underway, and the president is very much on the ball and is being apprised of this situation.
The president has given a Sunday evening deadline. Obviously, the negotiations have extended that, I imagine. What is that new deadline? Does the president have a time frame in mind to see this phase implemented?
Well, the Sunday evening deadline was to hear back from Hamas on the proposal one way or another. And of course, on Friday, Hamas put out a very clear statement in the president's view that they accept the president's framework, and that's why those technical talks are now underway. But again, we want to move very quickly on this, and the president wants to see the hostages released as soon as possible. Steve.
Expect those technical talks to last, Caroline?
I don't want to draw a red line up here, Steve. Of course, it's very important, as I just mentioned, that we get this done quickly. That's how the president's team feels, so we can get some momentum, get the hostages out, and then move to the next part of this, which is really ensuring that we can create a lasting and durable peace in Gaza and ensure that Gaza is a place that no longer threatens the security of Israel or the United States.
You expect to be on the agenda for the president's meeting with the Prime Minister of Canada tomorrow?
I'm sure trade will be a topic of discussion tomorrow, and all of the other issues that are facing both Canada and the United States. I know the president looks forward to having that discussion with Carney in the Oval Office. Caitlin.
Thanks, Caroline. I have two questions. On the layoff of federal workers, potentially, the president said yesterday that Democrats will be to blame if federal workers lose their jobs. Historically, though, in past shutdowns, workers have been furloughed, but they have not been laid off en masse. So wouldn't that be the president's call to lay people off?
As I've said repeatedly, Caitlin, this conversation about layoffs would not be happening right now if the Democrats did not vote to shut the government down. And as I also said last briefing as well, we are $37 trillion in debt, and the government is not receiving any cash. So someone has to look at the balance sheet and be good stewards of the American taxpayer dollar. And layoffs are an unfortunate consequence of that.
First term, for example.
Well, as I'm telling you now, this administration is focusing on checking the balance sheet and ensuring we're doing the right thing by the American taxpayer. And again, these conversations about layoffs would not be happening in the White House today if not for the Democrat shutdown. And they have a choice to change that. They have another opportunity tonight to do the right thing to reopen the government. Joey.
Judge over the weekend. Sorry, my second question. A federal judge over the weekend that the president had appointed to the bench in his first term in office basically argued that he could not deploy other states' National Guards to Portland. Basically said that it was untethered, his argument, to what is actually happening on the ground. Which local officials in Portland have said that the National Guard is needed there?
With all due respect to that judge, I think her opinion is untethered in reality and in the law. The president is using his authority as Commander-in-Chief, U.S. Code 12406, which clearly states that the president has the right to call up the National Guard in cases where he deems it's appropriate. And if you look at what has happened in Portland, Oregon, for more than 100 nights, I was talking to our law enforcement team about it this morning, for more than 100 days, night after night after night, the ICE facility has been really under siege by these anarchists outside. They have been disrespecting law enforcement. They've been inciting violence. We saw, again, a guillotine rolled out in front of this federal building. And so the president wants to ensure that our federal buildings and our assets are protected. And that's exactly what he's trying to do. And ultimately, in the case in Los Angeles, that judge ruled in the Ninth Circuit, that panel of judges ruled that those troops could remain and that the president was well within his authority to do so. So we are appealing that decision. As you know, we expect a hearing on it pretty quickly, and we're very confident in the president's legal authority to do this, and we're very confident we will win on the merits of the law.
But no local officials that you can point to that have said we need the National Guard? Because I spoke to the police chief of Portland last week. He said that the president's claims just don't match up with what's happening on the ground.
I would encourage you as a reporter to go on the ground and to take a look at it for yourself, because there's been many members of the press, not press in this room, but independent journalists, some of whom we'll be inviting to the White House very soon to share their stories, because they have been in the middle of these riots and they have witnessed the anarchy that is taking place night after night. It's on video. You should play it on your show. You have a great opportunity on prime time on CNN to show your audience. Yeah, but you're probably talking to partisan Democrat officials who are opposed to everything this president does. You should also ask the people who live in Portland. We've actually heard from many members of the community who have said that this is complete civil disobedience. It's a mess. It's been loud. It's been troubling for neighbors in the community who are just trying to live peacefully. And these people are not there to peacefully protest. They are there to cause mayhem and havoc.
Yeah, Caroline.
Stephen, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. Two questions. First, do you have a reaction to reports that thousands of Cuban troops are deployed alongside Russia fighting in Ukraine? And on a very different matter, the president last week floated in an interview with our colleague Daniel from One America a rebate for tariffs of up to $2,000 per person. Is that plan contingent on the Supreme Court's upcoming ruling on the legality of the tariffs? And is the White House preparing for legislation to make that happen?
Sure. On the first point, I have not seen that report, Stephen, but I'll check in with our national security team after this and we'll get you an update. To your second point about the tariff rebates, I think it's an idea that the president has discussed and floated with his team of advisors, but no decision has been firmly made at this point in time. Why don't we go to the back? Owen.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Out of the race for condoning political violence in a text message against a Republican politician a few years ago. He hasn't left the race. He hasn't dropped out. What's the president's reaction?
Well, as you know, I'm not at liberty to discuss political races from the podium. I think the president himself made his position very clear, and I think anyone could agree the messages that were sent by this Democrat nominee for Attorney General in Virginia are really shocking, alarming, and completely unacceptable. He was threatening to kill his opponent and his opponent's children, and that type of rhetoric has zero place in our country, and the president was absolutely right to condemn that.
One more, please.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. The Democrats have questioned and scrutinized the president's comments about using potentially the military, American cities, as training grounds for the military. And when you look at Portland, Chicago, local and state officials say that their local law enforcement is able to handle the situations, these protests on the ground. The president says that Portland is burning, using that as justification for the National Guard in Portland. But when you look here in Washington, D.C., the president just last week said it is now a completely safe city, and there are still National Guard members on the streets that are not involved in ICE activities. Can you provide the justification for the White House here in Washington, D.C., why the National Guard members continue to be out on the streets?
Because Washington, D.C. has invited the National Guard here. Why? Because the mayor is doing the right thing, unlike mayors in other cities like Portland, as Caitlin and others have pointed out, who refuse to see that there are positive results from when local law enforcement works with federal law enforcement to do the right thing on behalf of their citizens. And Washington, D.C. is no doubt a safer city right now, today, than it was a few months ago when President Trump started this initiative to make D.C. safe again. And the National Guard is still here because the president and the mayor agree that it's a good thing for the city. Just like you're seeing in Memphis, for instance. We'll have National Guard deployed to Memphis. We have federal agents who are on the ground working with state and local law enforcement. The state police in Tennessee are part of this effort. The local metropolitan police in Memphis are part of this effort. State and local law enforcement and federal law enforcement should be working together. And it's a shame that we see in some cities across the country that their mayors are just simply refusing to cooperate because they don't like Donald Trump. And that's what this boils down to. And I don't think any American would disagree that Chicago needs more law enforcement reinforcements, that they need more resources. Look at this headline from over the weekend. At least 30 people shot during the weekend in Democrat-run Chicago. 5 of them were killed in one weekend. This is completely unacceptable, and the president wants to make American cities safer, and he's willing to work with anyone to do it.
If the courts allow you to ultimately send in the National Guard into Chicago and Portland, do Democrats not have reason to be concerned that there are long-term plans by this administration to keep U.S. military or the National Guard in American cities, like what we're seeing here in Washington?
Why should they be concerned about the federal government offering help to make their cities a safer place? They should be concerned about this. They should be concerned about the fact that people in their cities right now are being gunned down every single night. And the president, all he's trying to do is fix it. And there has been a complete smear campaign by the Democrats and the media, quite frankly. I was reading Political Playbook this morning, one of the most inside the Beltway newsletters you can find. And you guys are framing this like the president wants to take over the American cities with the military. The president wants to help these local leaders who have been completely ineffective in securing their own cities. And we have already seen there's a positive formula for that. Look at Washington, D.C. The murder rate has declined significantly. Our streets are safer. People who live here feel safer. All of you in this room, I know you do, you just won't admit it. And it's a proven system that works, and the president wants to make America's cities safe again. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Michael.
Thank you, Caroline. 2 questions, if I may.
Because the mayor wants them. Michael.
These talks in Egypt, if Hamas does agree to relinquish power and give it up, cede power to this transitional technocratic government, if that does happen, would the Trump administration then recognize a Palestinian state?
Look, I don't want to get ahead of the technical talks right now, Michael. They're extremely sensitive. They're taking place, again, as we speak, and there's a lot of, there's many things to discuss, of course. This is, hopefully, we expect and we hope going to be one of the greatest peace deals this world has ever seen. And the Trump administration is working diligently and working very hard to get there. And as I said, Friday, all terms agreed. We have the Arab countries who are working with us. Of course, Israel has been incredible in cooperating with the president's plan and agreeing to it. And we're very hopeful, and we expect that to continue.
Caroline, you tweeted about this over the weekend.
Thank you. I was going to you in the blue shirt and tie.
Thank you,
yes,
Caroline.
You're welcome.
The Daily Mail. Today, the Supreme Court declined to hear Ghislaine Maxwell's appeal. Will Trump rule out granting her clemency? Is that something the White House is considering?
It's not something I've heard discussed, and we don't comment on clemency requests that may or may not have been made, but I'm certainly not tracking that one at this point in time.
Caroline.
Jordan, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. So we're talking about these radical groups in Portland and Chicago. I know the president has spoken about potentially going after George Soros with RICO charges and for funding all of this violence. Has there been any update on that? And also, is the administration looking into the other nonprofits, maybe taking away their 501c3 status for funding this violence? And then I have one more question.
Sure. The financial backing of these groups, particularly Antifa, is certainly something the administration is looking into aggressively. And the federal government has never really been mobilized or tasked with doing that. So we're kind of kickstarting that into gear. The FBI is working on it alongside the White House's Homeland Security Task Force. We have our intelligence community looking into this as well. And even the Secretary of Treasury is involved with these matters since they are financial in nature. And we will continue to get to the bottom of who is funding these organizations in this organized anarchy against our country and our government. It's a question the American people have been begging the answer for many years, and we're committed to uncovering it. And when we do, I'm sure you'll be one of the first people to know.
Separately,
Jonathan.
Caroline.
Thank you. So Gaza, under the president's plan, is going to be governed by a transitional governance of a technocratic, apolitical Palestinian committee made up of qualified Palestinians and international experts. Now, given how radicalized the Palestinian population is in Gaza and in the West Bank, can you offer some insight or guidance into who are some of these Palestinians that are going to be considered for leadership roles in Gaza, and where you're going to be finding them, and do you have any names?
We're not quite there yet, Jonathan. The president believes peace is possible in Gaza, and that's why he presented this detailed and comprehensive plan. The first step of that is securing a ceasefire and releasing the hostages, and then those conversations about ensuring a durable and lasting peace can continue. But what do you need to have peace in a region like Gaza that's been war-torn for far too long? You need security guarantees, and you need good governance. And so those will be two of the priorities that this administration is focused on.
If I may, the president has said he wants the government to reopen this week in a deal. What's going to happen by the end of the week if there's no deal? What's the White House prepared to do?
With no deal with what?
To reopen the government.
Look, as I said, unfortunately, there's going to be a lot of pain inflicted. There already is on the American public, on our troops who are not being paid, again, on women and young children who depend on critical food assistance. We hate to see this. And in fact, the Office of Management and Budget is trying to do everything they can to find funds to get out the door for these vulnerable populations in our country. Again, we shouldn't be having to do that. The Democrats have a chance to change course tonight. I believe the vote's taking place at 6:30, and we urge Democrat senators to vote to reopen the government and to do the right thing. Thanks, guys.
I got you. I got you. I see me. Looks like a donut. Established in 1972 by President Nixon, National Coaches Day seeks to recognize the broader role of coaches in young people's lives. Sachs also so the camera looks very low.
On and off the field, coaches can transform lives.
Teach life skills that are going to stay with kids long after their playing days are over.
Jason Sachs with Positive Coaching Alliance works to make sure young people have coaches who inspire them to become the best version of themselves.
No. Get in that cardio. Want me to go down? I don't know if those are supposed to be on, or is it there's shadows that are different?
No, it's just there's kind of like a slight halo, like right, like it's hitting the monitor.
Oh yeah, I don't.
Let me see if I can just pull the monitor forward a little to get rid of that. That's a little better. God, I hate this. To run in the other room to like adjust it.
Yeah, I lowered the seat a little bit. I don't know if you saw me doing that.
Yeah, that's definitely helpful. So maybe we could lower it like another like just a quarter inch or something. That's good. Okay,
too
that's
much?
Good. No, that's okay. I can work with that. Yeah. Okay. Let me. Just,
All right.
Yeah.
You can leave it open if you need to, or. Established in 1972 by President Nixon, National Coaches Day seeks to recognize the broader role of coaches in young people's lives. Sachs also talked about how it's important to remember to let coach be a coach and keep on being a supportive parent. Okay. Yeah, buddy. 1 an hour seems about right. Seems like a good amount. I can hear it. Yep, I got you. All right, sounds good. Thank you. All right. Hey, good afternoon, Rachel. Established in the 1970s by President Nixon, National Coaches Day seeks to recognize the role that coaches play well beyond the field in young people's lives.
On and off the field, coaches can transform lives.
Teach life skills that are going to stay with kids long after their playing days are over.
Jason Sachs with Positive Coaching Alliance works to make sure young people have coaches who inspire them to become the best version of themselves in the game and in life.
Youth sports is possibly one of the most powerful, if not the most powerful, platform that we have in our country for positive youth development. So we just need to make sure that it's being done right. And oftentimes the coach is at the center of that.
But with so many youth league and team options, potential pressures of costs, scholarships, or even NIL sponsorship money, Sachs offers this advice to parents. Do your homework. Make sure your expectations, your child's, and the organization's align. Is it a travel team where playing time isn't guaranteed? Or something more developmental and fun where everyone plays? How competitive is it? And what are the goals?
So we really want the parents to take a close look and make sure they're making the right decision for their child at that point in their child's life.
For players and coaches, Sachs says yes, feedback can be tough and failure can and will happen. But lessons of teamwork, adversity, and learning to work with others of different backgrounds and personalities can help you well beyond the game.
The most important thing that a coach can do with a player is to build trust, because once there's that connection and trust, then I think that's where a lot of the learning can happen.
And Sachs also talked about how on this day it's important to remember to let the coach be the coach while you keep on being a supportive parent from the sidelines or yeah. All right, thanks, guys. Oh, we got to do a look live, don't we? Let's just do a look live for the few remaining we have, and just I know. Do you have to run to the other one? All right. All right, 3, 2, 1. Established in 1972 by President Nixon, National Coaches Day seeks to 3, 2, 1. Established in 1972 by President Nixon, National Coaches Day seeks to recognize the broader role of coaches in young people's lives. All right, Sachs also, all right, 3, 2, 1. And Sachs also talked about how it's important to remember that you need to let the coaches be the coaches while you can be that supportive parent on the sidelines or in the stands. In Washington, I'm Michael Yoshida. Love it.
Biden categorical parole programs. He should have never let him in the first place. Now we have terminated him. And the Supreme Court was called into play in an action here. The Supreme Court upheld this decision by the Trump administration after several rounds of left-wing lawfare. President Trump is securing our border. Between our parties. Democrats want to undo all of that. That's why they're holding the nation hostage by shutting down the government. That's what this fight is all about. Let's be clear. By shutting down the government, Democrats are putting illegal immigrants ahead of American citizens, ahead of our veterans, ahead of our military, ahead of our seniors, ahead of our children. It is reckless, it's radical, and it is wrong. It's time for the Senate's going to vote for a fifth time on our bipartisan continuing resolution, and we want to reopen government. It passed the House with bipartisan support. The Senate this evening will have a simple choice once again. Vote to reopen the government and put America first and Americans first, or vote with Senator Schumer to put illegal immigrants ahead of the American people. Voting with Chuck Schumer tonight will keep the government closed. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsor-Brooks.
Madam President,
The Democratic Whip.
are we in a quorum call?
We are not.
Thank you, Madam President.
We are.
I ask consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, on Friday, in the midst of a Republican-led government shutdown, President Trump revealed his priorities. It isn't to protect the health care, the health insurance of millions of Americans who are about to lose their insurance or see premiums skyrocket. Nope, that's not it. The president's priority: to deploy militarized immigration agents and National Guard troops to more American cities. Why? Purely for political theater and to advance his extreme agenda. In the early morning hours of Tuesday last week, while this government barreled toward a shutdown, President Donald Trump launched a military law enforcement assault on the city of Chicago. In the city's South Side neighborhood, hundreds of federal agents, many hiding their faces with masks, rappelled from Black Hawk helicopters, darted out of disguised moving trucks, armed with military-grade weapons, to descend on a targeted apartment building in the city of Chicago. They swarmed through the building, knocking down doors, tearing up homes. And it appears that these agents knew nothing in advance about the residents whose homes they were destroying. In fact, in the dead of night, federal agents reportedly started checking on the residents as they brought them out of the building. Residents that included American citizens and children. They checked on them to see if maybe they had an outstanding warrant for their arrest or were undocumented. Picture this, if you will. You're with your family in an apartment building, a helicopter lands on the roof, federal agents with masks on batter down your doors, drag you and your children out of their beds into the street, and start an interrogation as to whether there's any undocumented person present. America. Many were yanked from their homes and their beds and detained shirtless and without clothing. Some were detained using zip ties, including children. Here's what one witness to the event said. Kids were crying, people were screaming, they looked very distraught. I was out there crying when I saw the little girl come around the corner because they were bringing the kids down too. They had them zip tied together. In the middle of the night in the city of Chicago, an assault on an apartment building in America. The witness continued, one of the agents laughed out loud. He said, F them kids. 4 U.S. citizen kids with undocumented parents were separated from their parents who were taken into custody. Secretary Kristi Noem's Department of Homeland Security posted to social media a highly produced video of the raid, her version of the story, because that's all this is to them, a promotional video, political theater. The human toll must be immense. What if it was your child, yanked out of his bed in the middle of the night, hands zip-tied behind him, brought down with few, if any, clothes on, standing in the street while all this is happening, watching his parents be arrested in America. In another case, ICE agents fired a pepper ball into CBS Chicago reporter Azo Rezi's car. What was her crime? Driving by the Broadview ICE facility to report on the protests there. It's known in the Constitution as freedom of the press. Doesn't seem to impress Kristi Noem. I've long fought for humane reforms to our immigration system on a bipartisan basis and evidence-based ways to reduce crime in our cities. If the president is serious about fixing our immigration system or lowering crime in our communities, I'm all in. But sending in militarized federal immigration agents and National Guard troops to terrorize Chicago or any American community in any state is not the American way. Excuse me. These actions have accomplished what I believe is the president's true intention here: spreading fear in America, especially among immigrant communities. And he's been very successful. I go to these communities virtually every weekend when I return back to Illinois. I meet with the people who live there. They are scared to death. People who have been here for years, no criminal record, no reason to be removed, working and paying taxes, are afraid to shop and afraid to go to church. Last week on the floor, I warned about this, and I have for some time now. The president's decision to unleash military personnel against the city of Chicago and American communities is another pillar in his master plan to weaponize the federal government against those he views as the enemy within. Where did that phrase come from? From the mouth of the President of the United States speaking to the military leaders of the United States. He told them to be fearful of the enemy within and to use American cities as their training ground. Think of that. White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller ranted to law enforcement agents on the eve of their Memphis deployment that they were, quote, being unleashed. Stephen Miller's word, unleashed. Does that sound like law and order? Does that sound like the rule of law? Unleashed. In addition to Memphis and Chicago, this president has targeted cities like Los Angeles and Portland. Reckless immigration raids, unnecessary deployment of military power over the objection of state and local officials. I fear these disturbing developments are the latest indicators that we are on a slippery slope into control by the Trump regime. The president is attempting to overturn the Department of Justice, the FBI, ICE, and the military into his own personal police force. This not only erodes trust between communities and the people tasked with protecting them, it is an existential threat to civil liberty, the rule of law, and the core values of who we are as Americans. This is what's at stake, and this is a defining moment we're in. In times like these, you have a choice. You can stand up and speak out, or you can be silent, or maybe you could cheer. It's your choice as Americans. But think about it if it was your family, in the middle of the night, people crashing through the doors, yanking you and your children out of bed into the street, arresting people. Remember what the goal was when we got started with this? The president made it very clear. We were after undocumented people, illegal people in the United States who were rapists, murderers, terrorists, criminally insane, and child predators. The president was very explicit. These are the people we're going after. We'll tell you their names as we arrest them. So what percentage of those that's been arrested with this mass deportation, detained by ICE, what percentage of them have a criminal record? Fewer than 30%. By a 2-to-1 margin, innocent people are being dragged into this. In the middle of the night in the city of Chicago in an apartment building. Children are being treated like pawns in the Trump political game. Today, Illinois Attorney General Kwame Raoul filed a lawsuit to block the administration's unconstitutional attempt to deploy troops in Illinois. I joined with all my Democratic colleagues in the Illinois delegation, calling on the president to immediately rescind this unnecessary and dangerous deployment of the military to Illinois. I've spoken personally to the governor of our state, J.B. Pritzker, several times this weekend as the story developed. He did not ask for the National Guard troops to be sent in from Texas or any place. There is no need for it. to either protect federal facilities or to protect the people living in the city of Chicago. I'm going to continue as ranking member of the Senate Judiciary Committee speaking out, and I appeal to my Republican colleagues this in silence. It could be you. You could have an opportunity soon for the president to send in troops. It's not likely as much from the Republican side. Very few of their communities have been targeted. But if you happen to live in a state that didn't vote for Donald Trump, buckle up. He's coming down on you, whether it's California, Oregon, or Illinois. I'll close with this. At that Tuesday morning raid, videos taken at the scenes showed detained immigrants being held in an adjacent parking lot. Across the street, a woman is seen heard calling out in broken Spanish, "I'll always love you." Where is the humanity in tearing families apart? If there is a dangerous person, for God's sake, put them in a separate category. But families that are doing their best to get by and struggle, work and pay taxes, and have children who are citizens of the United States should never be treated like this in America. In an interview recently, Secretary Noem was quoted as saying, "This country is a country of laws. If you don't like the laws, go change them. We are enforcing them." She said that is sending a message to the whole world. The Secretary is right. The administration certainly sent a message in Chicago on Tuesday night, a shameful message, one that shouldn't be part of American history. Terrorizing families with midnight raids and troops in our streets is writing a shameful chapter in our nation's history. This is going to make America great again. President Trump is not intent on fighting crime. He is intent on spreading fear, and in doing so, he is destroying the values which define us as Americans. I yield the floor. President.
The senator from Texas.
Madam President, are we on a quorum call?
We are not.
Madam President, it's been 6 days since Senate Democrats have shut down the federal government. They did that by blocking a clean continuing resolution, as it's called around here, a stopgap spending bill that would take us to November the 21st to provide enough time to try to work out appropriations bills for full year funding, which are highly preferable to simply operating on autopilot as a continuing resolution would do. And this has already passed the House of Representatives. So all we need to do to reopen the government is for five Democrats to join 3 other Democrats and Republicans to vote to reopen the government, not forever, but for the next 9 weeks or so. Let's not forget that it was partisan antics on their part that have brought us where we are today. We've now voted not just once, but 4 times on the House-passed clean government funding bill. While 3 Democrats have seen the light, as I said earlier, and have joined Republicans in voting for a clean continuing resolution, they have routinely done this in the past. When President Biden was in office, when Chuck Schumer was the majority leader, we voted for, I think, 13 separate continuing resolutions. But so far, they've refused to do so out of pure spite and partisanship. Government shutdowns have unfortunately become far too common in Washington, but I think it's important to take a minute to consider the impacts, the real world impact on our constituents back home. Since Texas is obviously one of the largest states in the country, it will suffer an outsized impact. The Lone Star State is home to about 130,000 federal civilian employees. This number includes 33,000 who work with the Veterans Health Administration. We are duty-bound and obligated, morally obligated to support, but 33,000 of them will be negatively impacted by this shutdown, already have been. Almost 18,000 of these employees of these total number, work for U.S. Customs and Border Protection. These are the folks that stop illegal drugs from entering in the country and make sure that illegal aliens don't make their way into the country, as we've seen during the last 4 years. Close to 6,000 Texans work for the Transportation Security Administration, the folks that you encounter at airports and various different ports that help manage the flow of travelers going to and from security screenings before they board flights. Finally, the Lyndon B. Johnson Space Center in Texas has 3,000 employees, but is expected to furlough about 70% of them due to the lapse in federal funding. What happens to these federal employees during a government shutdown? Well, the most dramatic thing that happens to them is they don't get paid. Even those that are deemed essential and who have to work, they work without pay, just as those who are furloughed work without pay. Now, before I came to the floor, I looked up a statistic, and I think it sounds about right, but 6 out of 10 Americans live paycheck to paycheck. And while it may be okay for members of Congress, particularly wealthy members of Congress who don't have to worry about living paycheck to paycheck, to miss a paycheck, it's catastrophic to many, many Americans who live paycheck to paycheck, who don't have adequate savings to help them weather a government shutdown. And while each of these categories receive back pay once the government's reopened, they cannot receive a paycheck during the shutdown. This is extraordinarily unfair to these government employees who, through no fault of their own, are being denied the pay that they have earned. Now, this will have a particularly serious impact on our military and Department of Homeland Security personnel, many of whom have been designated as accepted, or we used to say some were essential employees, but they have to stay on the job, in other words. But they don't get paid either. Texas has 15 active duty military installations where personnel are required to continue reporting for duty throughout the shutdown. These active duty personnel will not be paid again until a final funding deal is reached. And right now, we don't know how long this is going to go on. I know most of us come to the floor and express our gratitude, our profound gratitude to our men and women in uniform and their families that serve our country and keep us safe. But this strikes me as a very bad way to say thank you to them by saying, yes, you have to continue to work, but no, you're not going to be paid. So Senate Democrats apparently have made that calculation. This is how they thank them: by cutting off their pay, denying them their livelihood, and holding them hostage over petty partisan demands. In addition to active duty military personnel, I mentioned Customs and Border Protection. All of them are expected to continue reporting for duty day in and day out during the government shutdown. Our Border Patrol agents, who bore the brunt of Biden's open border policies, working hundreds of hours in some of the harshest of conditions, and have processed millions of illegal aliens flooding into the United States courtesy of President Biden. Now we are telling them, or at least Senate Democrats are telling them, you're not going to get paid. This is how they have chosen to reward these patriotic men and women who keep our borders secure, by shutting down the government and denying them their paycheck. And why do Senate Democrats think this is so important? Well, they've told us what their demands are, what the ransom that they are demanding. They want us to wipe out a $50 billion rural hospital stabilization fund that was part of the One Big Beautiful Bill. Many of us represent rural states that have large rural areas, and access to health care is a big problem. And we had tried to address that problem by providing a significant fund, this Rural Hospital Stabilization Fund, to help address those concerns. But Democrats want to take that away. We also said in the One Big Beautiful Bill, no money can go to provide health care for illegal aliens. Access to free government services is one of the magnets that draw people to come to our country in the first place. This is one of the so-called pull factors that the Border Patrol talks about. And we said no more free health care for illegal aliens, which is a magnet for people to enter the country the wrong way, not the right way. And Democrats want to restore that free health care to illegal aliens as part of their demands for reopening the government. Madam President, this is simply unconscionable, but it is also profoundly dumb. Shut down the government solves nothing. We've seen this movie before, and what happens when you reopen the government, the same problem, the same issues that caused you to shut down the government are there staring you in the face. So these shutdowns solve nothing. I don't know how Senate Democrats can continue voting against a clean government funding bill like they themselves have previously supported on a routine basis, knowing that the men and women who keep them and us safe are working for free, without a paycheck, for no other reason than that Senate Democrats refuse to give up on their partisan pipe dreams. FEMA employees, Federal Emergency Management Agency, who are first responders in a case of natural disaster, are also expected to continue to be working without paid during hurricane season, no less. In addition to law enforcement and emergency personnel, a government shutdown affects all Americans one way or the other. It affects travel, it affects access to public to keep working. And these are the people that make sure our airlines operate safely and on time. But they have to work without pay. The hiring and training of any new air traffic controllers, which we know is a real problem and an important issue, all that will stop during the time the federal government shut down. No new hiring of new personnel to help make our air traffic safe. All of this because Senate Democrats can't work in a bipartisan manner to keep government open even for a few weeks. The government shutdown also impacts our national parks and federal lands. Texas boasts 3.2 million acres of federally operated public lands, including Big Bend National Park, Guadalupe Mountains National Park, and Padre Island National Seashore. National parks face a partial shutdown, meaning that some areas, such as open-air sites, will remain open to the public, but buildings that require staffing, like museums, will have to close. Madam President, my constituents, roughly 32 million Americans, like all Americans, have to pay the price because of this completely unnecessary government shutdown and the outrageous demands Democrats are making to reopen. All of this lies squarely at their feet. You know, I was reflecting over the weekend after the last time we voted to reopen the government and Democrats voted no, how this must reflect on the United States. You know, I think most countries, most people around the world look at the United States as sort of that city on the hill, the place where they would like to live or at least visit, because we have the largest, most successfully functioning democracy in the world, with high standards of living, the opportunity for people to work hard, provide for their family, start a business, achieve their dreams. It is profoundly embarrassing, I think it should be embarrassing, to all members of Congress that we simply cannot get our act together enough to fund the government for the next few weeks while these negotiations over long-term appropriations bills are occurring. This kind of dysfunction is completely unworthy of what has been known, what has used to be known as the world's greatest deliberative body. The unfortunate reality is it doesn't have to be this way. Many of our Democratic friends have from time to time talked about various things being a threat to democracy. Well, being unable to pass a bill to fund the government to keep the lights on and keep people, government employees paid, that strikes me as a threat to our democracy. Senate Democrats have long preached the virtues of bipartisanship, especially when it comes to avoiding government shutdowns. And in the past, they've wagged their finger. We've seen it all on social media and on cable TV. They've said shutdowns are idiocy. That's what the Democratic leader said on TV years ago when the shoe was on the other foot. He said it's idiocy. Well, I agree with him. It was idiocy then, and it's idiocy now.
The American people may not understand the ins and outs of what goes on here, but what they can smell from a mile away is hypocrisy. And that's all this is, sheer hypocrisy. All our colleagues need to do when we vote here shortly is to vote for a clean, continuing resolution. And all of this can be reversed. And we can get back to the working together to try to solve some of the issues that I know they care about as well. We all care about access to health care. And that's one of the items that we have to address certainly before the end of the year with the expiring of certain provisions, certain subsidies for the Affordable Care Act. And we're happy to have that conversation. And we will have that conversation, but not while the government's shut down. So the good news is, well, let me back up and say the bad news is government shut down. The good news is that can end today, this afternoon. Democrats have an opportunity to vote with Republicans to pass a clean, continuing resolution, as they have at many times in the past. So I hope we can all join arms and say, let's put an end to this nonsense and pass this legislation on what will now be the fifth opportunity. The American people are counting on us, and we shouldn't let them down. Madam President, I yield the floor.
Madam President.
The senator from New Jersey.
Madam President, I asked people back home in New Jersey how they felt about this moment in our country. And what I heard falls into this category of saying that they said that they felt like things are spinning out of control. That every day feels like a new crisis. Every day the anxiety grows deeper. Every day it seems like we move further from a solution, and in order to find a solution to this moment, we need to understand the problem. The problem that we face, and that I want to talk about with you today, is that we have a government that has been hijacked at the highest levels by people who act like mob bosses. Now, I get it. I'm from Jersey. We know a thing or two about mob bosses. But I want to be clear. This isn't pulling off a Lufthansa heist or having members of your crew get lost in the Pine Barrens. This is about a Trump administration that is using the same tactics we've seen time and time again in movies and in real life. Extortion, corruption, intimidation, and violence. All of these things that have become hallmarks of the Trump presidency. And I bring them up today, 6 days into a government shutdown, because this is what the Trump administration is focused on. The Trump administration is not focused on lowering your costs. If they were, they'd be here at the Capitol today working to find a way to lower healthcare costs, as we're about to see them spike for millions of Americans, potentially kicking large numbers off their coverage who can't afford it. The Trump administration is not focused on creating jobs or creating economic opportunities. If they were, they'd be here in both the Senate and the House today, working to make sure that we're investing in the kinds of things only government can provide, things that make us more competitive, more innovative, more prosperous. The Trump administration is certainly not focused on keeping you and your family safer. If they were, they'd be here at the Capitol today, in both chambers, working to get our troops paid or to address the real challenges at home and abroad that threaten our security. Instead, this administration and leaders here in this Capitol have shut down this government so they can focus on the things that they want, to use government to further corruption so that they can funnel money to their billionaire donors, to use government as a tool to extort the American people to bend to their will, to weaponize government to intimidate Americans through violence who dare oppose their actions by even just speaking out. Corruption, extortion, and intimidation through violence. This is how the Trump administration wants to use your government against you. Now, like every great mob movie, it's not just about the boss who plays a critical role. For every Don Corleone, there's a Tom Hagen and a Luca Brasi. Donald Trump plays the role of the mob boss, but it's his henchmen who are really running the show. Russell Vought and Stephen Miller, they're not public servants. Public servants, they work to serve the public. They work towards a public good. Russ Vought and Stephen Miller are straight out of Scorsese. These two men are running an operation on corruption, extortion, and intimidation that would make Al Capone jealous. Let's start with Russ Vought. Russ Vaught's entire existence, his reason for being, is to cut every program the American people can possibly rely on so that the billionaires who fund his work can get another tax cut. Money goes to him, money goes back to them, none of it goes to you. Pure corruption. But it's not enough for Russ Vought to just funnel billions to his backers. He has to take from you just to remind you of his power, just to bring you to heel. That's why last week he announced that he was freezing $18 billion for critical infrastructure projects in New York and New Jersey. One of them is the Hudson Tunnel Project, which is critical to our region's economy. In fact, when I asked Secretary Duffy about this at his confirmation hearing, he said it was a project of national importance, critical for our nation, not just our region. It's essential to our pursuit to bring infrastructure into the 21st century, and it supports tens of thousands of jobs. But Russell Vought decided to freeze that money out of nothing but political retribution. He decided to freeze this money because he thinks he can punish the people of New Jersey for demanding the government actually work for them, for demanding that we actually work to lower costs. It doesn't just stop at New Jersey. He froze billions in dollars for transit projects in Chicago and more than $8 billion in Department of Energy projects in states across the country just because those states voted for Democrats in the last election. Didn't try to stop those exact types of projects in states that voted for Donald Trump in the last election. Russell Vought acts like a mob boss because he thinks he can use his levers of government to funnel money to his friends and take away your services when you've gotten out of line. Last week, I went to New Jersey for a day and heard from my constituents about how they're seeing this shutdown. And one woman said something that really stuck out to me. Because I asked her, if you had a chance to be able to say one thing to Donald Trump, and this was an independent voter, she said, I would want to tell them that it's our money. It's the American people's money, not Trump's personal bank account. She's absolutely right. This isn't Russell Vaught's money to take away whenever he pleases. We've seen him do that through something called rescissions, something that completely ignores the framework our founding fathers put in place nearly 250 years ago. That Congress, on the behalf of you, the people, decide how your money is spent. And when that decision is made on behalf of you, your will, your money can't be overturned and taken away simply because a single bureaucratic mob boss decides to exercise his power. It's not just taking money away. We need to remember that this isn't Russ Vaught's money to use as a tool to extort his imagined enemies into following his orders. We need to remember that this is your money, it's your government, and it should work for you. But right now, the Trump administration isn't working for you. It's working to grow and consolidate its own power. And that brings us to our second mob boss, Stephen Miller. Stephen Miller thinks he's the enforcer. He thinks it's his job to defeat Donald Trump's enemies. And again, like Russell Vought, he doesn't seem to see himself as a public servant. He's not even here to make your family safer or to protect your country. Let's look at how Stephen Miller operates as a mob boss. Stephen Miller and this administration have taken the issue of our broken immigration system, and instead of working to actually fix it, they've used it as an excuse to rapidly militarize parts of our government and deploy them against our own people in our own cities, in our own towns. It starts with going after criminals, people who should actually be sought after and detained, but that's not where it stops. We have seen thousands of American service members sent into American cities. We have as many National Guard, we have as many Americans in uniform here in Washington, D.C. than we do in Iraq. We have seen American weapons of war, including Black Hawk helicopters, used against Americans in places like Chicago. And we have seen Miller and other members of this administration effectively call anyone who simply disagrees with them terrorists, including the Democratic Party, while calling for the use of state power to dismantle them. Now, I want to reflect on that phrase for a moment, state power. Stephen Miller isn't talking about using the power of our government to make your lives better or work for you. He's not talking about using it to make your neighborhoods safer. He's talking about using it against you if you get out of line. He's talking about using it against anyone who disagrees with this administration, for anyone who stands in their way. We know that because Donald Trump has basically told us so. He told a room of all of his nation's top military officials, seemingly convened only to show he had the power to do so, that they should prepare for a, quote, war from within. He told the leaders of the most powerful military in the history of the world to prepare to battle the, quote, enemy from within. That means Americans at home. And again, we know that because Donald Trump has said it. In the same convening, he said he wants to use American cities as training grounds for the military. American cities, places where we live, where we go to work, where we bring our our kids to school. That is where Donald Trump wants to exercise power over you. We have the finest military in the world. The purpose of that military is to defend our Constitution, to defend the American people, to deter our enemies and be prepared to fight them if necessary. The American people are not that enemy, and deploying our military in America's streets weakens our readiness to defend against real threats. Donald Trump and Stephen Miller and this administration will keep finding new excuses to seize power and threaten to use it against you. In the words of a federal judge, one that Trump appointed, ours, quote, is a nation of constitutional law, not martial law. And the actions of the Trump administration, quote, risk blurring the lines between civil and military federal power to the detriment of this nation. We are seeing this administration launch military strikes against individuals from Venezuela with no legal authorization or justification. We're seeing this administration, Mr. Miller specifically, call legal decisions that he doesn't like, quote, an organized terrorist attack. We're seeing this administration use intimidation and violence as tools not to make us safer, as if that was ever acceptable, but to make us submit. At the end of the day, that is this administration's aim, submission. Like every mob boss, they want you to kiss the ring. They want your loyalty, but not just that, they want your fealty. And the things they don't understand is that Americans don't bend the knee. We don't kiss the ring. We don't pledge loyalty to a boss. This is the people's government. It's not a tool for corruption. It's not a tool for extortion. It's not a tool for intimidation and violence. It is a tool for growing opportunity and prosperity. It is a tool for providing security and freedom. And it's a tool for everyone, not just the bosses. So yes, we need to work to reopen our government. And in doing so, we need to make sure that people don't drown under a wave of rising healthcare costs. But we can't lose sight that this isn't the only fight we've got in front of us. President Trump has handed power to Russ Vought and Stephen Miller, and they've used that power to take away your opportunities, your security, and your freedoms. When we reopen the government, we need to fight to make sure it's working for you, the American people. You deserve better than to live under the thumb of mob bosses. We're going to fight every day to make sure that you can. Thank you, and I yield back.
Madam President.
Senator from Nebraska.
Thank you, Madam President. For all ag producers, the word tariff makes us nervous. But earlier this year, I took a step back to look at the bigger economic picture, and I became one of the first members of Congress to support the administration's effort to level the playing field on trade. I've said many times that the administration deserves time to secure strong trade deals that benefit Americans. However, the reality is this: farmers are targeted by other countries like China. I've seen it firsthand back home in Nebraska. Producers of corn, soybeans, and other top commodities, they are under crushing pressure. Rising input costs and uncertainty have driven farm finances to levels reminiscent of the 1980s crisis, which bankrupted thousands, and it hollowed out our rural communities. Since 2020, seed costs have jumped 18%. Fuel and oil are up 32%. Fertilizer has spiked 37%, and interest expenses have surged an alarming 73%. Our soybean producers are projected to lose about $100 an acre this year. On top of that, storage costs for soybeans and corn have risen steeply. For everybody, this is crippling, and it's happening during one of the largest harvests in memory. Madam President, time is running out, and we need to turn this around. We need a strong and positive set of actions. Ensuring our farmers can weather tough economic times must be a national priority. It's clear that farm aid is needed at this time. Congress has taken some steps towards this goal. We passed $10 billion in farm aid last December, and we included a major boost for producers in July's reconciliation law. However, that money is not going to reach any farmers until next fall, and producers need to have relief right now. But here's the challenge. We also need lasting, long-term solutions that help provide stability and real opportunity for ag producers. That's why one of the fastest ways we can deliver results is by unlocking year-round access to E15, a clean, American-made biofuel. Permanent nationwide access would increase corn demand by 2.5 billion bushels a year. It would lower gas prices for families, and it would drive new revenue into rural communities. President Trump's day one order to promote E15 through his National Energy Emergency Declaration, that was a strong start. But temporary fixes, they don't cut it. That's why I reintroduced my nationwide Consumer and Fuel Retailer Choice Act earlier this year. When I first introduced this bill nearly a decade ago, it felt like an uphill climb. Well, today, momentum is finally on our side. We have strong bipartisan support. We have new industry partners, including members of the oil and refining sector, who are at the table. And this is a key piece of Republicans' plan to lower energy costs, to strengthen American production, and to give consumers more choices at the pump. Trade, well, that's the other half of the equation. Former President Biden's lack of a clear trade agenda left America with a $49 billion trade deficit, undercutting farmers in Nebraska and all across this country. President Trump, you can help reverse that deficit by holding China accountable and ensuring American-grown soybeans have access to global markets, a lifeline for farmers facing losses this harvest season. President Trump has already made progress on this trade front. Take beef. Australia has sold nearly $29 billion worth of beef to U.S. consumers, while American ranchers have been locked out of their market. Do you know how much beef, American beef, Australia bought? 0. Now we need the same kind of breakthrough by opening up a market for soybeans and corn and every other American crop. At the end of the day, farmers and ranchers want programs that work, and we want markets to sell our products. Madam President, simply put, we just want a fair shot. By securing strong trade deals and building new markets through year-round E15, we can revitalize the farm economy. We can bolster United States energy security, and we can ensure that America's producers can keep feeding and fueling this nation for generations to come. Thank you, Madam President. Yield the floor. Madam President.
The senator from Nebraska.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that it be in order for the two leaders to enter motions to reconsider without being on the prevailing side with respect to the cloture votes on the motion to proceed to S2882 and HR 5371. Further, that mandatory quorum calls with respect to S2882, HR 5371, and the en blanc nominations provided for under the provisions of S-Res 412 be waived.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor.
Report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the motion to proceed to calendar number 167S2882, a bill making continuing appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2026, and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that the debate on the motion to proceed to S2882, a bill making continuing appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2026, and for other purposes, shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt.
No.
Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Betterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Cantwell, Kane, Kim, King, Lujan, Merkley, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Britt, Capito, Ernst, Fisher, Husted, Lummis, Marshall, McCormick, Moreno, Paul, Wicker. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, no. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Justice, no. Mr. Sheehy, no. Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Risch, no. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Cornyn, No. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester, aye. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Johnson, no. Mrs. Moody, no. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Daines, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Mullen, no. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Graham, no. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Coons, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Cruz, no.
How close are we?
Mr. Markey, aye.